dia akan when we create entrepreneurs for example, then dia berbeza lah. That means dia bukan harapkan kepada itu sahaja. Dia boleh berfikiran bahawa they need to move, they need to progress, they need to improve. Okay, so if they cannot progress, then I think they will be there forever lah. Sebab tu di Malaysia ni kalau kita tengok masalah kemiskinan ni is always there. Sebab apa? Kita tak we don't really tackle the right problem, the right thing. Alright? Okay? So we need to understand this. Okay, so that means kita nak pastikan bahawa ini tak berlaku lagi. Tak ramai orang miskin yang ada di Malaysia lagi. So we need to move along. Alright? Community dynamics, we strive to bring about positive social change through community-based programming. Alright? So kita nak bawa sesuatu perubahan lah dalam komuniti tersebut. Alright? Now, focus community needs, asset, expectation when designing, implementing and evaluating solutions to issues. So, apa yang saya nak katakan di sini, we are designers. Okay, kita harus faham lah. We don't just do project, we design project. Alright, so this is where you come in sebagai pentadbir. Alright, so tuan-tuan harus mempunyai perspektif bahawa we design project. We are designers of project. Alright, so bila kita design project tu, kita mengambil kira semua segi. Mana nak dapat duit, dana ni datang dari mana, how to apply for dana, and things like that. Kita cari dana dari mana, and things like that. So bila kita cari dana, and things like that, sebelum orang bagi dana kepada kita, kita seharusnya mempunyai sesuatu yang nak diterjemahkan kepada masyarakat. Because otherwise people will not give money to us. Alright, I will show you how do I get money later on. So bagaimana saya alhamdulillah berjaya, okay, with God help lah especially. Alright, bagaimana saya berjaya mendapat dalam 20-30 juta untuk projek-projek masyarakat ni. Alright. And then value community involvement as partners. Alright, so that means kita seharusnya menghargai lah, alright, involvement orang sebagai partner kita, bagaimana how we treat our partners, okay, dan sebagainya, dan local knowledge, wisdom and institutional and scientific expertise. Yang ni semua kena ada. Okay, so jangan anggap bahawa community tu tak ada apa, community ni adalah is a community, but you have to understand they also have expertise. Kalau kita tengok kearifan tempatan yang ada pada mereka itu, that one we should explore. Alright, kearifan tempatan yang ada pada mereka, the local wisdom. Alright, very important. Alright, so the significant, apakah signifikasi community dynamics ini? Alright, to work with community to think creatively and act strategically so that community can achieve their goal. So that's why I said tadi, we are designers. Alright, so we design project. So bila kita design project itu bermaksud we are doing something very structured. So bila kita do something very structured itu, that means kita telah mengambil kira banyak, okay, banyak benda-benda dan we take into consideration the ROI. Alright, the risk of investment. Alright, bagaimana we want to reduce the risk of investment. Okay, supaya kita tidak gagal dalam melaksanakan tugas dan tanggungjawab kita terhadap masyarakat. Alright, okay. Now, we believe that creative and sustainable programming that works to raise the quality of life for those most vulnerable to poverty and exploitation. So we work like I said just now, I work with the poor, the marginalized, and also the underprivileged and the underserved. Okay, itu tugas saya. Alright, I am an academician by nature. Alright, so kenapa university has empowered me, has given me the empowerment untuk saya bergerak, okay, dan mendekati golongan-golongan B40 ini. So kita kena faham lah, and I think in USM USM is, I'm very fortunate lah, alright, to have a university that supports the cause. Alright, memang USM sendiri setiap tahun akan memberi peruntukan yang banyak kepada office saya untuk bergerak sebagai sebuah entiti yang untuk membantu memperkasakan golongan B40. Alhamdulillah, this is something that I think all universities ataupun institution of higher learning should emulate. Alright, seharusnya ia berlaku seperti inilah. So selalunya my VC, TNC semua very supportive of this cause. Alright, so let's move on to the bengkel. Okay, kalau kita tengok bengkel ini, alright, it provides the relevant guideline. Okay, panduan, sedikit panduan, memberi sedikit panduan to achieve sustainable development goal, SDG ya. Okay, so semua projek-projek yang kita laksanakan di USM ini adalah berteraskan kepada SDG. Alright, SDG across a broad spectrum using local innovation and creative problem solving approaches. Alright, so macam Dr. Zul mentioned tadi, we use the quadruple helix concept. Alright, so involve the 4 stakeholders, alright, industry, community, government agency to collaborate and share ideas in ensuring the success and significant impact of CE project. Alright, so the toolkit will share these best practices, bagaimana how to engage with the industry, how to identify good project, how do we try to get resources dan sebagainya. So everything will be addressed in this this bengkel lah. Alright, so alright, jadi it provides this toolkit requires information in designing. Nampak saya guna perkataan designing most of the time. Implementing and monitoring a CE program or project. Alright, so so dia CE this toolkit ni dia boleh apply. Alright, tak kira sama ada isu itu berbangkit daripada community ataupun daripada government agency ke ataupun daripada universiti ke, dia ada cara-caranya. Alright, yang akan diperhalusi oleh kita punya kita punya penceramah later. Alright, so kita akan provide module for 20 public universities, alright, and dan juga some private universities yang ada pada hari ini. Alright, so this is the quadruple helix model. I will not go into detail sebab saya difahamkan bahawa Dr. Zul telah pun Dr. Zul has already gone through all this. Alright, so saya tak perlu go into detail unless you want me. Alright, lagi masa you nak tanya soalan bolehlah. Tetapi as far as I'm concerned, this has been dealt with. Cuma apa yang saya nak tekankan di sini adalah the 4 important component, major component in the implementation process. Alright, satu ialah social innovation. Yes, you need to have social innovation. Bagi mereka-mereka, the academician yang nak apply saya punya grant, pejabat saya punya grant, kalau dia tak ada social innovation dalam dia punya projek, saya cepat-cepat kata, don't waste my time. Okay, don't waste my time. Alright, so you want my grant, you want my money, you must make sure you have social innovation in your project. Alright, I'm very strict. Okay, sebab apa? Sebab this is not my money ya. Alright, this is the university punya money. This is our stakeholders punya money. So I am very particular about this one. Alright, so kita tidak bergantung kepada seorang sahaja. Okay, so in other words, kita multidisciplinary in approach. Apa yang berlaku di sini? Sebab kita merasakan bahawa one person cannot be doing everything. Alright, so apa yang penting ialah kita bagi dia ataupun kita punya researcher itu area yang dia expert sahaja. Okey, di mana tuan-tuan dan puan-puan akan tengok nanti saya akan explain bagaimana dalam satu projek saya dia mungkin ada 7 atau 5 5 atau 6 academician yang working on it. Alright, so that means kita pun faham bahawa academician ni kerja dia banyak. Alright, dia kerja banyak, dia nak kena mengajar lagi, dia nak kena buat research lagi, dia nak kena buat exam question dan sebagainya. They don't have time to concentrate on all. Alright, so apa yang berlaku ialah kita bagi area of expertise dia sahaja. So dia buat dia punya area saja. So that means kita dapat my office, the rest will be done by my office. Alright, kalau kita tengok misalnya satu projek itu saya akan ada one project manager untuk menguruskan projek tersebut. Okay, selain daripada area of expertise. Kalau area of expertise, of course, academician yang akan handle, tetapi dari segi pengurusan, alright, pengurusan dan perjalanan projek tersebut akan diuruskan oleh my office. Alright, so that means dari segi budgeting, dari segi semua itu akan diuruskan oleh my office. Alright, so dia meringankan beban academician lah. And then satu lagi, it has to be sustainable in nature. Oh, okay. Dr. Mahani has raised a hand. Yes, any question?
Okay. Assalamualaikum, Mahani daripada UPM. Saya nak tanya, boleh tak Tuan berikan contoh untuk social innovation?
Okay, social innovation kalau is that all, Dr. Mahani? Is that all? Ada soalan lain ke?
Tak ada tu je.
Tak ada. Okay. Nah, kalau kita tengok, kita ambil lah projek Dr. Zul, because just now Dr. Zul bagi dia punya contoh kan. So saya bagi contoh di sini. So projek Dr. Zul ni dia ada 7 innovation yang dia introduce. Okay, satu ialah dari segi Mustafa Hive. So when we talk about Mustafa Hives, so sekarang ni kita tak perlu tebang pokok lagi. Okay, so that means we don't go into the jungle untuk nak ambil sarang kelulut tu. Okay, kita nak chop off the thing. Alright, kita kena tebang pokok. So that means you are destroying the flora and fauna. So now, instead of doing that, so dengan adanya Mustafa Hive tu, kita buat sendiri dia punya hive itu dan kita multiply the colony. So satu ialah the Mustafa Hive. The second thing is how you multiply the colony. Sebab selalunya kita pergi tebang pokok untuk dapatkan hive tu. So the next one kita pergi tebang another pokok untuk mendapatkan another hive. Di USM kita tak buat macam tu dah. So kita multiply the colony sahaja. So multiplication of the colony, kita ada expert on this. So dia tak tebang pokok. Satu. Dua dah innovation di situ. The third innovation is sekarang ni kita buat di kampung-kampung dan kalau kita tengok kita punya sarang-sarang tu semua memang cantik lah. So the landscaping, the hive itself invite something very, orang kata menarik lah, very attractive dengan colourfulnya dan sebagainya, things like that. So there is another innovation. Alright, and then also kita tahu bahawa sarang kelulut ni mempunyai harga. Okay, there's a price to it. So apa yang berlaku ialah dia akan hilang. So what we did was kita introduce a system yang kita panggil Milos. Okay, ataupun Milos lah dia panggil. Okay, Milos ni that means kita pastikan bahawa sarang-sarang kelulut ini it's theft proof. Okay, ia tak boleh dicuri. Okay, sebab kita ada sistem lah, kita ada sesuatu yang kita buat yang pastikan bahawa ia tak boleh dicuri. Okay, so kita dah introduce dah 4 dah. Alright, and then satu lagi kita what we introduce yang sekarang ni saya boleh detect the QR code. Okay, through the QR code saya boleh daripada office, check siapa yang harvest harvest menuai madu tersebut, okay, prematurely. Alright, prematurely. So I know berapa kilo dia ambil, okay, dalam masa berapa lama selepas the first harvesting, the second harvesting, berapa lama, and things like that. So that means in terms of maturity, alright, in terms of maturity of the madu tu is prematurely harvested. So this is not good lah. So kita rasa tertipu lah kalau sedemikian. So I will know. Alright, I will know. And then satu lagi ialah, now there's a lot of water content dalam madu, okay, yang kita dapat tu. Jadi apa yang berlaku ialah kita ada sistem Hilda system, okay, yang dibangunkan oleh Dr. Zul juga. The Hilda system will distill, alright, the amount of water yang ada dalam madu tersebut. So it becomes like, tinggal dalam less than 20% dalam tu dan sebagainya. So ini akan akan orang kata reduce the fermentation dalam madu tersebut. Kalau kita tengok sometimes kita beli madu yang ada, yang kita beli dekat tepi jalan ataupun yang kita tengok orang asli duk jual dan sebagainya, kalau kita tengok yang asli tu orang sahaja. Okey, madu tu tak semestinya asli lagi. Sebab apa? Dia ada campur dengan berbagai-bagai. Because sometimes some people take advantage of the orang asli. So what they do is dia minta orang asli jual. Okey, padahal madu tu tak original, tak pure pun. So apa yang berlaku ialah kita pun tengok orang asli, kita kata asli lah madu ni, definitely, but it's not true. Okay, necessary true, because there is orang kata ada sindiket lah yang guna pakai orang asli ni. Alright, okay, the other thing is, and then so kita dah reduce the water content dalam tu dan sebagainya. So this is what I meant by innovation lah, yang kita introduce dalam sesuatu projek tu. Usually I will promise at least one innovation dalam setiap projek. Tetapi I will end up having like 3 or 4 or sometimes more than 4 innovation dalam satu projek. Tapi one is a must. 2, 3 tu is a bonus. Alright, and then satu lagi, okay, does that answer your question, Dr. Mani?
Ada. Cukup.
Alright, okay, alhamdulillah. Alright, thank you. And then element of entrepreneurship, okay, sekiranya it's social economic punya type of project. Tetapi kalau dia education punya project, then it has to be educational dan sebagainya lah. Alright, so kalau kata misalnya, somebody might ask me, what about education? Kalau education, macam mana you introduce social innovation? Well, through for example, modul yang kita guna pakai, through the methodology of teaching misalnya. Alright, kita ada projek yang bersifat yang bersifat education pun, kita panggil Empower Academy. Alright, that one kita dapat 3 juta daripada NCER untuk kita laksanakan di 5 daerah di Pulau Pinang. Alright, so alhamdulillah lah. I think God has blessed us with a lot of projects. Alhamdulillah. Alright, okay. Kalau kita tengok, alright, this is the community engagement at USM. Apa yang kita laksanakan. Alright. So it has to be based on purpose driven. Dia mesti ada purpose. Why do you need to do it? Alright, ada masalah ke? So ada masalah, so bagaimana kita nak menyelesaikan masalah tu? Alright, so kalau kita gunakan the SVC, shared value concept. Alright, so di mana kita, kalau tuan-tuan dan puan-puan tengok, CE uses SVC punya concept to enhance element of inclusiveness to the socio-economic quality and measures, and then kita ada translational research. This is where pendidikan yang dilaksanakan di universiti ini diguna pakai untuk diterjemahkan kepada komuniti. And then kita ada two side of it, one is the business side, one is the community side. So kalau kita tengok, sometimes kita katalah, okay, sekarang ni saya buat projek madu lah, macam Dr. Zul lah. So saya pergi ajak orang kampung semua, ternak apa madu, get the madu, things like that, but nowhere to sell. So how? Orang kampung, you cannot expect orang kampung to go and sell. Okay? Boleh lah dia sell, tapi dia sell di pasar malam lah. Okay? So takkanlah, you know, orang kata barang sunnah ni, okay, kita jual di pasar malam. Alright? So what happens now? Okay, kita tengok businesses yang mana kita boleh engage, kita engage dengan diorang. So you can see now my madu is sold at apa KLIA 2. Okay, and also for export purposes. Lagi saya akan tunjuk. Okay, for the export purposes, semua kita dah ada. Alright, okay. So that means what I'm doing now is simply, if you want to sum up lah, okay, is saya memertabatkan produk-produk kampung ke satu tahap yang boleh dibanggakan. Because I don't sell it at pasar malam anymore. I have nothing against pasar malam lah, alright. I think pasar malam is good. I also go, the food is nice and things like that. Tetapi I think dari segi produk-produk lain tu, I think it's high time that kita angkat dan kita martabatkan projek-projek ataupun produk-produk kampung ini. Alright, so utilization of innovation is important. Alright, innovation ni bukan setakat kita introduce sahaja, tetapi dia seharusnya menjadi pegangan komuniti itu. That means innovation janganlah terlampau high touch sangat if you introduce to the orang kampung. Sebab orang kampung ni, kalau you suruh dia tekan lebih pada 2 button, dia kata complicated lah. Dia tak mau. So what happens is that make sure that the project is orang kata high tech, alright, high touch and not so high tech. Dia macam tu lah. Okay, so jangan kita anggap bahawa kita semestinya come up with something yang high tech, yang you know perbelanjaan dia beribu-ribu ringgit, you know, million of dollars spent, things like that, barulah kita boleh turn around the community. I think that's not true. Okay, so tak semestinya mahal projek itu, tetapi sometimes projek tak mahal mana pun, tetapi the impact is so good. You know, impact is good. Alright, jadi kalau kita tengok creating business condition, improve business condition, okay, very important. And then kita ada creating improve business community. Jadi community itu menjadi community yang orang kata lebih this one lah, lebih usahawan. Okay, bersifat usahawan. Okay, sorry for the spelling, business tu ada double S pula. Alright, delivery approach, the 4-phase engagement model. Yang ni 4-phase engagement model ni tuan-tuan akan diperkenalkan, okay, oleh kita punya penceramah-penceramah nantilah. Alright, sebab apa? I don't want to go into detail, sebab apa kalau saya go into detail dan esok tak payah main lah kan. So I will just mention it sepintas lalu, tetapi dia akan dikupasi secara halusi lagi, alright, oleh mereka yang akan berceramah sebentar lagi dan hari esok seterusnya. Alright, we need to also leverage on the shared value concept lah. Okay, and then we also need to nurture existing and promotion of new community engagement initiative. Yang ni very important lah. Alright, Cik Fazilah, saya ada sampai pukul berapa? 12
Sampai pukul 12 tengah hari, Tuan Syed.
12 tengah ke 12 tengah hari?
12 tepat tengah hari.
Uish.
Ada
banyak
lebih
lagi ni, macam mana ni?
lebih kurang 25 minit lagi, Tuan Syed.
Oh, banyak lagi ni. Alright, okay. Now, first of all, you need to understand when you engage with the community, alright, you must establish bonding. Alright, kita kena establish the bonding lah. So kita kena faham bahawa there is a gap, alright, dalam knowledge, alright. So we need to also address these gaps. Kalau kita tengok, sometimes kita masuk ke kampung, kita nak buat projek, dia ada beberapa kumpulan. Satu ialah kumpulan yang warga mas misalnya. Yang kedua adalah kumpulan yang remaja misalnya, dan kumpulan yang pertengahan. So we need to understand these people also and how we can bring them together secara inklusif. So kita tak boleh kata, oh warga mas tak perlu bersama-sama. No, we do not want that. We want to make sure that everyone berperanan. Alright, everyone is inclusive. And at the same time, you feel the sense of belonging dalam projek tersebut. So all this you need to understand, okay? You need to ada perkara-perkara yang kita harus faham. There must be knowledge transfer, there must be knowledge sharing, there must be knowledge exchange, and at the end of the day, we will get new knowledge creation. So this one very important. Alright, so kalau dalam institution tu kita tengok apa yang kita boleh match dengan apa yang kita ada. Alright, dan kita macam mana kita nak address community punya demand, alright, and then kita nak cari funding from government agencies dan sebagainya. Alright, so does your project work in parallel with SDG policy top-down approach? This one I think I have already explained to you. Alright, so kita yes, kita berpedomankan kepada SDG, alright, and also has been adapted to national policy. Alright, kalau kita tengok, this is the CE implementation framework. Kalau kita tengok, okay, frameworknya bersifat sedemikian, okay, it has to be purpose driven. Kalau kita tengok the driver tu, kalau dia ada institution, they move different sedikit. Kalau dia from the community, they move differently. Government agency, they move differently. Industry, they move differently. Kalau kita tengok dia purpose itu juga, you know, bergantung kepada whether it's value purpose, alright, ataupun demand driven, ataupun value demand driven, alright. So kita nak kena tengok semua itulah, alright. So kita sepatutnya menyediakan platform, alright. Dia satu ialah SDG. Yang kedua, you nak kena padankan dengan national agenda. You nak kena padankan dengan institutional agenda. Then you must provide the platform. Then you kena tengok engagement model, bagaimana you nak engage, the financial requirement, the CE model yang diguna pakai, and then you must talk about exit policy. We cannot be there forever. At time, you know, there come a time where we have to leave. But when we leave when we are ready. I mean, when everything is completed. So the exit policy ini dia ada kriteria dia. Alright, Dr. Tan Xiao Wei, you have a question to ask? Yes. Hello.
Sorry, I will type in the chat box. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Maybe Sagib Cik Fazila boleh baca kot. No? Alright, and then kriteria exit ni kita kena faham, kita we will only exit setelah kita memenuhi kriteria yang tertentu. So that means the hand holding will take some time also lah. So kita tak boleh just pergi buat dan kita tinggalkan mereka untuk mereka melaksanakannya. So I think that's not fair lah. Alright. So that's not fair. So apa yang berlaku is you leave when they are ready for you to leave. Alright, you cannot just leave like that. So the hand holding is very important as well. So kalau kita tengok di sini demand driven, value demand. Alright, so kalau kita tengok demand driven is a need originating from community or government agency. Alright, and then value driven ni dia ada nilai-nilai kepada projek tersebut. Okay, so sometimes the reason is this, very simple. We need to address address issues dalam society itu. So apa yang berlaku sekarang ni ialah we will have to carry out some item analysis lah. Kalau apa keperluan dan kehendak komuniti tersebut. Sometimes kita coming from universities of institution of higher learning ni kita rasa kita tahu. So kita rasa macam dia punya pandangan tu tak penting. Alright? So tak boleh macam tu. We need to carry out a needs analysis. And also we have to make sure that there is a demand for us to go into the community. Alright, apa demand dia? So demand dia, problem dia macam ni. So we need to solve the problem. Then okay lah, demand driven lah. Value driven pula, sometimes community tu dia tak ada apa pun. Alright, tetapi kita dah ada projek yang berjaya. So kita make sure that kita bawa projek yang berjaya itu kepada community tersebut. So value driven. Alright, and then kita ada value demand, that means dia satu ialah demand, dia pun ada demand, dan there is also value dalam apa demand juga. So dua-dua sekali. So then it's okay lah kalau kita ada dua-dua tu. Alright. So implementation approach CE project. What is USM implementation approach in the CE program project? Satu ialah many approaches. We are not saying that there's only one way of doing it, but the approach do we need? But what approach do we need to understand? Sebab kita nak kena match. Kita punya expertise, kita punya dan sebagainya, things like that. So we need the overall overview of the project, baru kita boleh understand the whole thing. Alright, so that means USM approach, implementation process of CE delivery approach. This is the thing that works well. Alright, the four-phase engagement model is a structured and integrated framework used to manage various activities. I use the word manage because you're all from management punya side. So manage various activities to support mutually beneficial cooperation among government agencies, institutions dan sebagainya. Alright, so this is how it works. First, collaboration. Lepas collaboration, kita identify strategic alliance, alright, and establish effective engagement. Alright. Kemudian we identify viable project identification. Barulah kita design and develop a plan. Lepas tu kita monitor and evaluate kita punya plan. Alright? Sebab apa? Kalau ada apa-apa masalah, kita boleh introduce intervention secepat mungkin. Alright, so this is very important. So this one, modul 1 akan bercakap mengenai identifying strategic alliance and establishing effective engagement. I will not go into detail sebab apa, Dr. Khalidah I think will do this later on. Alright, and then sebab kalau tidak, Dr. Khalidah tak ada kerja lah. So biarlah dia lagi ada kerja sikit. So I will not explain this. Kemudian modul 2, designing and developing a plan on transforming ideas into impactful outcome. Yang ni I think will be done by Dr. Anwar. Dr. Anwar if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so they will go into detail about this one. No, saya tak akan bercakap panjang pasal this one. And then modul 3 akan bercakap identifying viable project. Alright, sustainability, implementation, impact, innovation, budget, content, relevancy, things like that akan dibentangkan. Ini modul 4 ialah monitoring and evaluating the CE plan. Alright, Dr. Anwar Syed juga akan bercakap. This one also, alright. This I want to share some of the project yang telah saya laksanakan di Sabah dan Sarawak dan juga di Langkawi. Kalau kita tengok, dia ada dua program. Satu ialah Inno4C dan satu lagi Sustainable Marketing. So Innovation for Community project ini, kita ada 10 projek di Sarawak, 6 projek di Sabah, 1 projek di Langkawi dan juga actually 8 projek di Semenanjung lah, starting from 2015. Okay, so apa yang saya buat ialah berdasarkan pada translational research, projek-projek ataupun produk-produk kampung ni, I convert them into something that is worth, okay, worth the value. Okay, kemudian kita hantar overseas. Okay, kalau kita tengok dua projek-projek yang saya laksanakan di sini, di Sabah, Sarawak dan Semenanjung. So 284 participant telah bersama-sama, 66 new jobs created. Alright, increase 50% of their income, 45% to 75% increase in their income daripada 600 hingga 3,000. 68 innovation has been introduced by USM academician. Alright. Kalau kita tengok 19 downstream project telah pun has been created. Alright. Kita berkolaborasi dengan 8 industri partners in a supply chain that will buy product from Inno4C participant for 5 years. That's how we tie them up. 22 academician from multidisciplinary background are involved. 12 different local agency bersama-sama kita, inovasi, okay, kita buat platform dan sebagainya. So kita expect dalam 5 tahun ini the revenue collected is going to be 26,760,000 ringgit. Alright, so kita cakap pasal million ya. Kita tak cakap pasal this one. Kalau kita tengok, okay, produk-produk yang kita laksanakan ni, okay, daripada produk-produk kampung tu kita buat packaging yang menarik dan sebagainya, dan kita ekspor ke 4 negara. Okay, 4 negara. Okay, kita ada China dan Taiwan. Satulah China dan Taiwan ni satu. Kita ada Japan yang kita hantar, Saudi Arabia dan United States of America. And I must say to you, produk-produk yang kita dah pun masuk ke pasaran negara-negara tersebut. So dari segi dia punya USDA, requirement dan sebagainya, alright, semua dah kita tepati. So just imagine orang kampung yang produk going overseas. Okay, daripada kampung ke United States, daripada kampung ke Jepun misalnya. How does it feel? If you feel you are the orang kampung, produk you dah masuk pasaran antarabangsa. How does it feel? So setakat ni dalam masa 5 bulan sahaja, alright, kita punya revenue untuk projek ini adalah nearly 500,000. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan bayangkan. So setahun kita target dalam 1 juta lah dia punya revenue. So kita telah wujudkan 233 scale up Bumiputera business owners, alright, involved with smart communities. 7 companies, 4 international companies, 3 one-stop centers. Kita ada penetrated 4 different countries lah. 5 kalau kita kira China dengan Taiwan tu separate, 5 lah. Currently there are 7 smart Sarawak indigenous product from smart community, 28 SKU stock unit. This one unit has been marketed internationally. 4 local product with 11 SKUs being registered in Saudi Arabia and US Food and Drug Agency, and then 10 product from smart community. Okay, and then we will be participating in 4 different international expos. All right, and then total expected revenue within 5 years is 4.2 million. All right, ROI within 5 years is 19.5 million. Alright, kita expect. Alright, jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh tengoklah. These are the product, list of product yang telah kita produce dan kita export. Alright, so this is the packaging. Menariknya packagingnya. Alright, international standard we have to comply lah. Alright, bukan setakat compliance, syariah compliance sahaja kalau nak masuk negara-negara this one, but it has to be this one also. Alright, internationally. Ini white paper yang kita produce. Alright. Yang ni education, tadi socio-economic, ni education. Kalau kita tengok projek-projek empower ni, alright, dengan this one. 3 million, alright, kita punya this one. Seperti yang tuan-tuan tengok, 3,516 orang beneficiary, student 1,075 orang. And then parents 340, fasa 1, fasa 2 1075, teachers 48 plus 150, coaches ni USM student ni kita guna pakai budak-budak kita juga. Alright, dan sebagainya. KPI kita ialah 90% overall passing rate, 55% student have improved in GPM dan sebagainya. Success stories, mereka minta 90, we deliver 100% passes in SPM. Best achievement 10 A's. Alright, 100% KPI achieve. Percentage pass and enhancement is 20%. Alhamdulillah. Alright, kalau kita tengok di situ. Projek pembangunan pendidikan B40 allocation 600,000. These are some of the success story. I think basically itu sahaja dari saya. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you for listening. Is there any question?
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih banyak Tuan Syed Yusof. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya berikan laluan untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan jika ingin bertanya satu atau dua soalan kepada Tuan Syed. Dipersilakan.
Tadi ada satu soalan kan yang telah di, di apa di ruangan chat tu. Can you look at it, Cik Fazlah?
Setakat ni Tuan Zaid, tiada lagi soalan yang dikongsikan di ruang perbualan Webex ini. Jadi,
Tadi
ya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan silakan sekiranya ada satu atau dua soalan. Kalau tidak silap saya tadi daripada Universiti Malaya nak bertanya soalan. Okey. Baiklah, soalan telah dikongsikan di ruangan perbualan. Saya bacakan untuk Tuan Said. I came across the term citizen science project. May I know how to distinguish between community engagement project and citizen science project?
Citizen
Silakan, Tuan
Science
Said.
Project.
Yes. Silakan Tuan Said.
Citizen Science Project kat mana?
Mungkin
Yang dia kata
Puan Tan boleh bertanyakan soalan terus kepada Tuan Syed Yusof.
My microphone might have some disruption here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I came across this citizen science project when I participated in open science program.
Okay.
Yeah. So it also involved the communities in huge projects, and the community will involve in collecting, helping to collect data, sharing data. So what is how can we kind of relate these two, or how do we differentiate these two terms?
Data collected is for whom? And for what purpose is the data collected?
Oh, it's for the project. So for example, if there is a citizen science project in clearing the pantai.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, something like that.
Okay, this is part and parcel of the CE project, no doubt. But it's just that sometimes you need to also make sure that it is not one-off project lah. Alright? Sebab apa? If it's just one-off project, then there is no continuation in the project. We are not saying that we cannot do one-off punya project. One-off punya project ini okay, ia memberi kesan juga, tetapi it doesn't solve the very problem they are facing. So apa yang saya sarankan lah, bahawa institution of higher learning ini melaksanakan projek-projek yang lebih bersifat kepada short term or long term lah. Alright, so that means mungkin short term tu we are talking about 6 months punya project, things like that. Long term tu dalam 2 tahun sebagainya, you know. But sometimes we need to understand that we need to also fast and act fast. Kalau ikut emboss punya saranan, you know, it should be rapid execution, you know, that means fast, less than 6 months, things like that. Dia tak kisah sama ada dia 6 months or less or 6 months or more. Yang pentingnya ialah the impact. Okay, the impact seharusnya dan sepatutnya mempunyai jangkauan impak yang panjang lah. So dia bukan sesuatu yang one off, kita buat gotong royong, kita pergi cat bangunan dan sebagainya. It's good, it's alright, no problem. But where is the scholarly part of it? So you nak kena fikir lah. Okay. So setakat nak cat bangunan dan sebagainya, ada scholarly punya this one, do they need university to do it? So kita nak kena fikir balik lah. So kita nak kena fikir peranan universiti itu. Apakah sebenarnya peranan universiti dalam melaksanakan dan membantu komuniti itu. So we have to go back to the basic, the foundation of things. Alright, okay. I don't know whether
it's not the cat bangunan, sorry. Maybe the example that I gave wasn't that clear, Tuan. So say for example, if there is a biodiversity project and in across Southeast Asia, so ada satu projek yang diorang maybe buat bird count, different
Yes.
counts.
Yeah.
So it's maybe sometimes it can drag for 5 years, and they will
Yeah.
track the population of birds, how the birds migrate and things like that. Is this
Yeah.
similar to what CE project is doing?
Yeah. This is can be considered as CE as long as it does benefit the community. Alright, so that means the tracking of birds misalnya, okay? Kenapa is it important for us to track the birds dan sebagainya? So is it for biodiversity punya purposes dan sebagainya? If it does, then yes, this is a project yang bersangkut paut dengan alam. Alright? And I think it's very important also because penjagaan alam sekitar ni is something, the climate change and what not and things like that, seharusnya diberi perhatian juga. So it's not about education only, it's not about, we shouldn't be zooming into certain parts of isu yang membelenggu masyarakat sahaja. Environmentally, how do we behave? Environmentally, how do we behave, for example? Kalau kita tengok plastik-plastik yang dibuang ke laut dan sebagainya menjadi makanan untuk the turtles dan sebagainya hingga menyebabkan extinction. Alright, this is part and parcel of our engagement with the community, engagement with nature, engagement with a lot of other things, our surroundings misalnya. So this is part and parcel of community engagement. So jangan kita yang anggap bahawa engagement kita dengan manusia sahaja. Okay, engagement dengan alam is also an engagement, part of community engagement. So seharusnya bersifat sedemikianlah. Alright, so yes, it's kalau kita tengok the 17 SDGs, okay, dia mesti ada. Okay, dia mesti ada. Alright, related dengan something yang this one. Alright, okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Alright, thank you. Ya, ada soalan lagi ke?
Terima kasih banyak Puan Tau. Baiklah, saya persilakan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang lain sekiranya ada soalan ditujukan kepada Tuan Syed.
I think everyone is cognitively overloaded lah kot.
Baik-baik, terima kasih banyak tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Sekiranya ada soalan yang nak ditujukan kepada Tuan Syed Yusof, mungkin boleh kongsikan kepada saya dan akan berikan kepada Tuan Syed untuk beliau menjawab soalan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Baiklah, majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada yang berusaha Tuan Syed Yusof atas ucap tama sebentar tadi. Ribuan terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di atas sesi interaksi yang sangat baik sepanjang sesi sebentar tadi. Baiklah, dengan berakhirnya sesi pengenalan dan juga perkongsian sebentar tadi, majlis akan berehat seketika dan kita akan bersuah kembali pada pukul 2 petang ini. Mohon kerjasama tuan-tuan dan juga puan-puan untuk bersedia awal bagi sesi berikutnya. Dan untuk makluman, pautan ini kita akan sentiasa dibuka sehingga sesi hari ini selesai. Jadi untuk makluman, untuk peringatan juga kepada hadirin sekalian, pautan kehadiran kita akan berikan pada sesi petang tadi. Jadi selamat berehat, terima kasih. Kita jumpa pada pukul 2 petang nanti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat beristirahat. Tuan-tuan dan perempuan boleh tidak keluar ya sebab pautan ini kita akan kekal buka sehingga pukul 5 petang nanti. Selamat beristirahat.
There ain't no gold in this river. There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby. Let me go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. I had good intentions and the highest hopes, but I know it now. It probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me, on me. Here we are under the moonlight. I'm the one without a dry eye, 'cause you look amazing. I'm sorry for whatever I've caused. Before today I knew I felt lost, but now you're my lady. So take my hand now, see me, 'cause you made me into this man. I promise I'll treasure you, girl. You're all that I've needed, complete in my world. You're my love, my life, my beginning. to come and pinch me now. I just can't believe what I have found, standing here by me, giving me the greatest gift you can, saying yes and now our life begins, choosing you daily. So take my hand now, see me, 'cause you made me into this man. I promise I'll treasure you, girl. You're all that I need and I need in my world. You're my love, my life, my beginning. And I'm just so stumped I got you. Girl, you are the piece I've been missing. Remembering now all the times I've been no, show me the way. Let me hear, let me home, right through that door straight to you. You're my love, my life, my beginning. It's you. I will never give up on you, girl. Treat you right every night. Make my move just for you. Wanna do this right. You're my love, my life, my beginning. And I'm just so stumped I got you. Girl, you are the piece I've been missing. Remembering now all the times I've been no, show me the way. Let me hear, let me home, right through that door straight to you. You're my love, my life, my beginning. It's you. I will leave my heart at the door. I won't say a word. They've all been said before, you know. So why don't we just play pretend, like we're not scared of what is coming next, or scared of having nothing left. Look, don't get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. All I ask is if this is my last night with you. Hold me like get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. All I ask is if this is my last night with you, hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. It matters how this ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? Let this be a lesson in love. Let this be the way we remember us. I don't want it to be cruel or vicious. And I ain't asking for forgiveness. All I ask is if this is my last night with you, hold me like I'm more than just your friend. Give me a memory that I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. It matters how this ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss to seal anything. And I had no idea of the state we were in. I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? Don't you remember the reason you left me before? Baby, please remember you used to love me. When was the last time you thought of me? Or have you completely erased me from your memory? 'Cause I often think about where I went wrong. And the more I do, well, the less I know. But I know I have a fickle heart Senyum terukir, senyum terukir bila disapa. Dalam pantun ku kirim rindu, rindu mengalir di dalam kata. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa. Pohon senga, pohon meranti, di tengah-tengah buluh perindu. Adik di sana, abang di sini, di tengah-tengah rindu menderu. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa. Hujan di hulu tak reda-reda, ributlah turun bertalu-talu. Abang di hulu, adik di kuala, ku hanyut rindu dalam perahu. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa.
Everyone wants one. It's time for Shopee.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Mohon perhatian tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, majlis kita akan mulakan sebentar saja lagi. Untuk itu sila pastikan semua mikrofon telah disenyapkan ataupun dipadamkan. Seterusnya memastikan agar kamera tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sentiasa dibuka sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berhubung perkara tersebut amatlah dihargai dan didahulukan dengan ucapan ribuan terima kasih. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan mulakan majlis tepat pukul 25 Kita menunggu peserta yang lain untuk masuk dalam Webex ini ya. Jadi untuk tempoh 3 minit ni sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ingin ke tandas dan sebagainya untuk 3 minit silakan. Tepat 25 minit kita akan teruskan majlis kita. Terima kasih banyak. Kelopak biru dalam jambangan delima merekah menambah seri. Para tetamu, hadirin budiman, majlis nan indah. Diteruskan lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Bersuah kembali kita dalam program Laser Siri 2 2021. Pihak urus setia mendoakan semoga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sentiasa dalam keadaan yang dilindunginya dan sentiasa bersemangat sepanjang program ini berlangsung. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, seperti yang dipaparkan dalam layar tuan-tuan dan puan-puan adalah QR code dengan izin kehadiran hari pertama ini untuk program Laser CD2 2021. Untuk itu, mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan scan QR code tersebut dan mengisi kehadiran. Pihak urus setia juga telah kongsikan pautan di ruangan berbualan Webex ini untuk memudahkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mengisi kehadiran masing-masing. Jadi saya beri tempoh masa lebih kurang 3 minit untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mengisi kehadiran masing-masing. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, layar tersebut, pautan akan sentiasa dikongsikan dalam ruangan perbualan Webex. Jadi minta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mengisi kehadiran untuk kita noktakan dan juga diambil maklum oleh pihak AKAP ya. Baiklah, meneruskan atau cara majlis pada petang ini, majlis kita akan teruskan dengan menjemput pembentang program untuk memberikan taklimat berkenaan modul pertama program Laser. Sebagai makluman awal, seusai saja sesi pembentangan modul pertama ini, sesi kita akan teruskan dengan aktiviti kontekstual yang pertama. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan akan diasingkan mengikut kumpulan oleh pihak urus setia untuk meneruskan aktiviti kontekstual tersebut secara berkumpulan. Sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dimasukkan ke kumpulan yang lain, mohon segera keluar dan maklumkan kepada pihak urus setia untuk kita masukkan ke kumpulan yang telah di-emailkan sebelumnya. Ini kerana pihak urus setia mengenal pasti dan memindahkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berdasarkan nama yang digunakan dalam sesi Webex ini. Untuk itu, selesai saja kedua-dua sesi pembentangan oleh pembentang sebentar nanti dan juga sesi aktiviti secara kumpulan, majlis kita akan bersurai dan diteruskan semula pada keesokan hari. Mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan terus memberikan kerjasama yang baik sepanjang program ini berlangsung. Untuk itu, saya serahkan majlis kepada Yang Berusaha, Dr. Nur Khalida binti Abdul Hamid, Pensyarah Pusat Pengajian Sains Kaji Ayat, Universiti Sains Malaysia untuk memberikan taklimat beliau bagi modul program yang pertama dengan tajuk Identifying Strategic Alliance and Establishing Effective Engagement. Majlis dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon everyone. Welcome to Laser program.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
First of all, I'm Khalida Abdul Hamid from School of Biological Sciences, University of Science Malaysia. So I'll be presenting and sharing some of my experience in community engagement, especially on the first part of the four-phase engagement model, that is identifying strategic alliance and establishing effective engagement. I would like to echo what Tuan Syed been saying earlier. I'm here not to teach anyone how to identify strategic alliance or how to establish. I'm sharing some of the experience, and I'm pretty sure some of the participants over here may have much more experience than me. For those who are newcomers, probably we can share and exchange some of the thoughts, what we have been through and probably what to do and not to do to identify, while identifying the strategic alliance as well as establishing the effective engagement. For your information, this talk will take around 2.5 hours from 4 until 4:30. Probably will take a little bit longer. Therefore, if you need to take a break or if you need to have coffee while I'm presenting my slides here, feel free to do so. We'll try to be as scheduled as possible so that the whole session can be more effective and rather experience as community engagement than very official and very formal. So yeah. And at the end of the session, after probably between 40 to 50 minutes of sharing session, we're going to have contextual activity where, as been explained by the chairperson earlier, that each of us will get into a group and we're going to do a little bit of group activities, which require us to participate actively in order to, utilize the tools that we've been prepared and we have prepared, and also that we like to share with all the participants. All right, so that's the whole component of this afternoon talk, sharing session and the activity. For this particular talk, there are two parts that I would like to share with everyone here. Oh, all right. How's the sounds like? Does audio sounds better? Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, well, if for those who are unable to hear me earlier, there's nothing much been missing out here. So I just explaining the component of our for my presentation today. So the first part is the sharing session. Will take around 40 to 50 minutes, hopefully not more than that. And later on, we'll be doing a little bit of activity which will involve us to participate actively. Also, we'll get into our group so that this activity will be conducted in groups. So yeah, that's the whole how the program will run for this afternoon. And for my sharing session, there are two parts. The first part, I will look into how to identify strategic alliance. And the second part is establishing effective engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as some of you probably have some issue how to start, how to know whether the community that we're going to work with, how to identify which community to work with. So it's not everyone's cup of tea to actually get engaged with the community, but some people do have a beautiful soul to contribute to the community, because I believe as a person who's actually worked in a research field, we see problem in our society that we can improve our society and make things better place for people to live. From our expertise, we can actually help, maybe not much, but we can contribute in certain projects as well. So that's what we're going to I will sort of share with everyone. So, and once we look into how to identify the strategic alliance, we also will look into the component about the establishing effective engagement. So we need to make sure that in the effective engagement, each of the entity play its role, because to establish this effective engagement is not one-way traffic, it is two-way traffic, and also it's involved trust between the stakeholders. So that's the two parts of my sharing session. Now, earlier during, I think, Dr. Zul's talk, there's one question from the participant asking about what's the component, how about the component for environment? Actually, that's very, very good questions. And I always ask myself, because as a biologist myself, I always look into how actually we can make better place, not just for the people, but also for the ecology. Because without good environment, without good ecosystem, people can't really actually benefit from it. Yes, we want to improve our society, we want to improve the well-being of our community, but in the same time, we shall not forget that the environment, that the place where we live is equally important or even more important, because without the environment, without the natural resources, we are unable to actually benefit from it. And if we destroy our environment, we are the first group of organisms that are going to collapse, not the other organisms. So during community engagement, I always emphasize on how we can make it something sustainable for environment, and which is our work, especially the researcher and most of people who work in community engagement, working together with sustainable development goals, or SDGs, is one of the way to actually set our goals. There are like 17 of it. I would say that if we can pick any of the goal, it's actually be able to direct us. But most importantly, apart from having these 17 SDGs as our sort of like guide, we can also ask ourselves what actually our purpose. Every day that when I'm about to start my day, I always ask myself, what's the purpose of me? What's the purpose of my existence today for myself, for my community, for my society? What's the reason I'm here? What can I do to make things better? And it's not just because I'm a researcher, it can be for anyone. To be honest, working in community engagement, I'm not working on my own. I have support system, and for my work, actually, BGIM has been very, very helpful. The admin part of working with the community is equally relevant, equally important with the innovation that researcher produce or propose for the community, because this type of engagement require a lot of administrations, a lot of managing, making it run smoothly and everything. So to have admin cohort in this program is actually very, very helpful, very, very relevant and significant to the community engagement, because without the understanding or comprehensions of the administrative cohort, it's pretty difficult for the researcher to work together. And in the institution, the researcher and the administrative group must work together in order to make the engagement more effective. I would say not more, even effective itself. Otherwise, it's sort of like, a very loose engagement and may not be very successful. So before I move any further, perhaps I will give a little bit of task to all the participants, whatever your background is, whether you are engineers, you are, you have financial admins background or teaching, anything. If you have certain backgrounds, perhaps you can choose any of these 17 SDGs, whether which one that you can go into in order to make the society better, in order to improve it. Sometimes you can choose 2 or 3, but not too many, because when it's too many, it's very hard to get focused. So you can choose 1 or 2 and ask yourself how much you can contribute, or how, not even how much, how can you be part of that kind of activity? Not necessarily as a researcher, no, nothing to do with that. Even as something that you can contribute to manage. Because some people, they are very good in organizing and making things run smooth, because they are very good with the operational, program. They know how to put things, organize things in order. So they know how to plan things out. So if you think that you have those skills, that you can make those things better, or even you can, make certain, probably the communication, things like that. So you can place yourself in any of these SDG, because that will be useful at the end of our session during the contextual activity. All right, that's for it. Now, in University Science Malaysia, and also things that we like to share with the participant, we practice the 4-phase engagement model. As been mentioned by Tuan Said earlier, there are 4 phases of it. And the first part, which is I'm going to talk about the collaboration, we're going to identify and we're going to know how to build effective engagement. And later on, tomorrow, we'll look into how to identify a project and to develop, also to monitor. If you look at this model, it's a very structured model. And most, I would say, all the community engagement conducted by University of Science Malaysia are designed program. It's not just by chance, and it also not by intuitive action. It is well evaluated and well analyzed prior to the program. This is to ensure that each of the activity has high impact, or at least give certain impact to the targeted community. Most importantly, our activities actually align with the institutional agenda. So University of Science Malaysia is one of the universities that encourage sustainability, and we practice sustainability, which also align with the national agendas. And our national agendas also align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So all that we been doing is actually parallel to all what we call sustainable activities. And also, while we are talking about the 4-phase engagement model practiced by University of Science Malaysia, we also emphasize on certain criteria or key that we'd like to share with the participant. We look into social innovation that will, I would say, derive from the society that we work with. And the work must involve multidisciplinary approach. And this is something that very, very important. If you look at our designed program later on, it involves people from various backgrounds, including admin, sociology, science, engineering, everything come into sometimes even small project, but it's involved multidisciplinary approach. And another component in the 4-phase engagement model, we emphasize on the entrepreneurship, because we need to make sure that at the end of the day, the community that we work has ability to sustain the project. And one of the way to sustain is by producing or making wages or making profit out of it. Entrepreneurship is one of the way to create that opportunity. So we always make sure that one part of the community engagement must have entrepreneurship component. And last but not least, it's very, very important that we always make sure that every single phase or every single project must have sustainability component. The sustainability is not just referring to the community economic status, but also in the environment itself. So that's why it's very important to have multidisciplinary approach for the researcher, for the individual that get involved, can speak up from their perspective. The community can speak up from their perspective. All the stakeholders has their own perspective, but at the end of the day, it's all about the community and the environment that they live with, because the aim of the community engagement is to improve their well-being, which is also, involved the environment. Working with the community, to be honest, give me various experience. Some of them can be, challenging in a way, but most of them always make me feel like, learning is a lifelong process. It's nothing, it's not going to stop. Like I always learn new things, especially actually from the community themselves. So something that I really enjoy doing community engagement is every time I meet new people, even sometimes the same people, I will learn one or two new things. So therefore, something working with the community is all about learning process. Doesn't matter who we are, whether we are the researcher or we are engineers or we are the admin person, working with the community or looking into community engagement, we have to be ready to learn new things all the time. And in the same time, we have to be ready to unlearn things, meaning that there are certain things that we learned before may not be applied in the new environment that we're going to work with the community. It's a very unique situation. And also it will require us to relearn things. Sometimes things that we know may not be suitable to apply. We have to unlearn all those information that we had before. And then we start to relearn new things in a different way, a different approach, different situation. And sometimes we are also in a situation where we call in with the community themselves, like, we together figure out something new while doing community engagement. And that's one of the most, I would say, beauty things working with the community. And often, like, while we are doing things, we try to look how to improve things, we learn new things together. So community engagement is about that. It's about making yourself ready to work with the community. One thing that I always tell myself, I always and will always remind myself, working with people, doesn't matter who they are, as long as, we understand that nobody is lower than us, and or no community or people that higher than us. If they're higher than us, they don't really need people to help them out. But bottom line is, put ourselves equal to them. Nobody, lower than us. You can put people higher up if you want to respect them. But working with community engagement, first thing is we have to make our stakeholder feel comfortable to work with us. Doesn't matter who our stakeholders are. We have 4 stakeholders in community engagement practice in University Science Malaysia. We have institutions, we have the government agencies, we have the private sector, and also we have the community. Working with all this, even among the institution, we have to make sure that our collaborators feel comfortable with us, that they're not feeling inferior than us. Working with industry, of course, we don't want to make them feel that they're less important in the project. Working with the government agency as well. And most importantly, working with our client, that is the community. So we want them to feel comfortable to share, to tell us, and even to fix things, to tell us whether it's right or wrong. We want them to be able to tell the truth. So always make them feel equal to us. That's something that we can start building the trust. So that's the first thing that I think that I would like to share with the participant. I'm pretty sure for those who has experience here, probably can relate to that as well, especially working with community that they have different background. They never been into the higher institutions, so very diverse experience. Sometimes, as I said, high and low, things like that. But bottom line is, open our heart and our mind into new environment to accept people and to accept community as who they are and willing to be part of that type of engagement. Now, as a group of people, I would say a group of community in the institution. When I say that, is both, it's for researcher or it's for admin staff. In order to identify strategic alliance, we need to know what do we have or how at least we can help. First, we can, it's always interchangeable. Okay, we can ask ourselves, how can we help our community to make them, improve their condition, to improve their well-being, to improve whatever things that they need. It can be from the managing their financial process if they are in the business. All right. I'm just going to pause a little bit because some people, probably the 1 or 2% has their mic on. Okay, cool. Fantastic. I'm going to continue. So we always, I always ask myself, how can I help? Like, can I help, like, in sense of from my, my own field, or is there any other way? Perhaps connecting people. That also way how to help. Sometimes people come and approach me saying that, Khalida, I need to do this. Something that they tell me the story is that, oh, okay, that's not my field, but I can connect you to someone else. So that also is asking or telling us that that's our role. We can connect people, you see? So it can be anyone. So that's also one of the way how we can identify strategic alliance. And then the other things that we need to know is what value that we can offer. As I said, if we know that we have certain value, it's very easy. For example, that I'm working with the aquaculture nutrition, that's my background. So I know what I can offer, some knowledge or consultancy on the feeding the fish and so on, how to make feed. And also I can modify certain things from whatever local ingredients. So I know there are certain value that I can offer. But in the same time, I also know there are certain people who can work on certain things. The innovation for the technology, especially creating certain machine, I can direct them to the engineers who knows that. I can direct them perhaps to market the product. My field, my expertise is on the aquaculture, but I'm not very good in marketing my product. However, I do know someone who has that sort of like value to offer. They are very good in, making strategy in promotion, marketing strategy, managing their finance and things like that. So as long as we are at the institution, we know the people who has this value, and we be able to connect these people, especially for the admin. It's very important at admin level to know who's who, because by then you be able to actually connect certain conditions, certain situation with the right person directly or indirectly. So that's one of the first step, I would say, first or second step in order to identify strategic alliance, by knowing how and what value, how to help and what value that we can offer. So if you already know that that's our role, let's say that we know how to connect people, and then we know who's who, certain people with this kind of skills and so on and so forth. But, how we get connected to the society, we know from our institution, but how we get into the society. So sometimes these things comes in two ways or various ways, but so far it comes into two ways, actually three. First, the institution, the one that probably the researcher or the staff that, has heart or soul to the community, they go and find the community. That's very easy because they're sort of like their forte, and they have, intention towards that. So they don't mind putting extra effort to go into the community to help the community. But the other two ways of, to identify or to get things connected is, when the community start to reach out. They come because they know higher institution is a place where people, do research or solve certain problems. So they will start asking, like, they come to certain, unit, things like that, and start to tell, okay, with this, we have this issue. Is there anybody can help us sort this problem? So, or it can be the agency, the one that approached university, saying that, okay, we have group of, let's say, farmers having this issue, or we have this manufacturer, or we have this small and medium entrepreneur that producing these but have this issue, we need to solve this issue out, and they approach the university. So that's also kind of steps how we get connected. The first, what we call dot, with the community, the institution with the community. That's just to link, but nothing happened yet. There are certain, what we say, process in order to make things happen. First, we have to listen. When the community or the agency, or even when we go to the community, we need to listen to the people, to the community, to the society, what they actually really need. We're not going to prescribe them what they want, what they need to do, but we listen to them, because it's very important to listen rather than talking at this stage, because we give them the comfortable of explaining the situation. Once we're done with the listening, we have to observe, because what happened most of the time, what they tell you is not 100%. They might miss out certain things that they didn't realize it. So it's very, very important that we applied our scientific skill or analytical skill in this situation to observe, because from observation we can actually look into things, whether what they're telling is actually tally with what's happening in the situation. So this part is actually what we call gathering the information. Listen and observe. Listening, observation is gathering the information. We want to know, is that the true situation that happening in our society, or what's the community really wants? Once we have the data set, then we start to analyze. We need to actually put in the perspective, like what actually happening, what's their situation, what's their problem. It's more like identifying the problem, identifying the gap, and understand. Next thing is understand what actually their limitation and what's actually the needs. Because working with the society and community, is not everything is what we call how to say it, beauty and it is always like you need to understand their limitation. They have a lot of issues, but it need to be solved, or it need to get sorted one by one. So we can't just tell them, the problem is this, you need to do this, this and that. It's not going to work within the society. We have to, I would say perhaps like onion layers. We have to see things as layers, understand it from the outer layers to the core of the issue, and we need to identify and we need to understand which one that important to sort first, to get it sorted out first. So if we be able to apply these 4 components, listening, doing observation, and start to analyze and understand the situation, meaning that we already create, or we already identify the community that we would like to work with. Now, so once we identify, we need to establish the effective engagement. Establishing effective engagement, I would say, one of the hardest part with the community, because it is based on trust. It is not something that you can make up, like you can pretend. It will come naturally. Whoever you are, like you can't pretend it. It has to start with communicating with the community. And doing communication doesn't mean that the researcher has to do it. It can be anyone who actually knows the community very well. So communicating with the people requires certain skills, and not everyone has that skill. So meaning that this is why in community engagement practice in University of Science Malaysia, we have multidisciplinary approach. There are people with their own roles to communicate, and then we start to interact. As it is interaction, meaning two-way. We start to get a lot more information, start to know a little bit more deeper, get to know people. And then when it comes to the next level is when we start to get involved with their activity. So this is, built by trust. People wouldn't allow us to get involved with them if they don't have trust with us. So they will allow and they will welcome us into their community and to get us into their society when they have the trust in us. So that's where they start to allow us to get involved with their whatever activity they're doing. And once the trust gained, they will start sharing everything or the truth about the situation. Even sometimes they will give 1 or 2 tips about, local knowledge kind of things that you will definitely benefit from it. Or even like from that sharing, you can create another innovation. So that's sort of like, a process. It's, I would say, very long process, but it is doable and it is a natural process. And as I said, it naturally comes within people who involved in community engagement, and they always look at society as their, main or their aim. So the key here is community engagement is community-centered orientation. It's always what was it? If whatever it is, it's all about the community. So whatever we do, the benefits come to the society. Nothing hidden agendas. If we are developing our own innovation, that's come within that kind of engagement. It always win-win situation. Now, when we are working with the establishing the effective management, there are 2 important components here. One is the community engagement platform. Second is self-initiative. In this sharing session, I would like to emphasize, that CE platform is very, very important. I cannot emphasize anymore than, it's such how to say it, a functional unit for the researcher, for whoever people in the institution to get engaged with the community, because we can't work on our own, because there are so many issues within the society that we need to tackle, we need to solve, we need to work with. And working individually on silo not gonna help. So having CE platform at institutional level and be acknowledged by the institution is really something significant, not just for the institution, but as well as the community. As I said before, the platform has the capacity to identify people with their respective skills, which even among the researchers themselves, they may not know who's who. But at the unit, at the platform like BGIM, they have ability. It's more like, you can say, oh, it's more like professional directory. Yes, true. But professional directory is like, you just to know whether who's who as professional. But to know whether the person really interested and willing to work with the community, that's different story. So having the platform is very important, especially when we are working with multidisciplinary approach to solve certain issue or to improve the society. Later on, I will share with you how the community engagement done by University of Science Malaysia from the CE platform. The second component, self-initiative, of course, this part is always for those people who really have, interest in working with the society. They themselves can just go into the community and help. Well, Dr. Zul is one of them, and later on you will have Dr. Anwar, Kamaruddin, and a lot of these people, they can just go into the community and work with the society because they have heart for that. They can just, work. But some people, they do not know how to communicate. So that's where the CE platform comes in. They do not know where to start, and some of their skills may be very small, but it's very, very important for certain project. You see, so self-initiative, you can see a lot more sharings later on. So that's sort of like methods to establish effective engagement, because it needs consistent, renewal. It needs consistent activity in order to maintain that. So this snapshots is actually telling us how important the CE platform for the researcher or any individual at any point, whether at any stakeholders, to be honest, to work together in certain project. For example, this project is about the catfish production. The farmers has certain issue with producing good quality catfish. And when they approach University of Science Malaysia, so BJ put in a perspective on how University of Science Malaysia can help the farmers. It's not just by growing the fish, but also to produce the seeds, improving the feeding, and also to produce value-added product, starting from the processing, post-harvest processing, and product processing, including packaging and marketing. And the product now being, in the market, not just local, but also overseas. If you look at this diagram, in each of these component, if you go to seedlings, nutrition, this is the biological part, whereas drying is actually engineering. So what I'm saying here is the multidisciplinary approach within one project. And the processing is about the fruit production. It's about process, how to make sure that the food is, having longer shelf life and so on and so forth. And also in the marketing, they also get involved with how to make the product presentable, and it's art. Art has nothing to do with biological part, but they play their roles in making the product look very attractive. So this will help in the marketing section. So the project, if you look at it, you may say that, oh, it's just catfish culture. But yes, it may sound as simple as that. But if you look at how people who get involved with the project, it can be people from different and various backgrounds, from biology, from industrial technology, from engineering, from art, and from marketing. So this is what I'm saying about the CE platform. They be able to identify the person with their skills, respective skills to work with a certain project. And people in the engineering can work in various issues as long as it's related to their skills. So it is always connected with, what we call a whole project. They call, I lost the word for it. What's the word? It's not open-ended. It's always, we start with something and we make sure that we finish up until the product is marketed in the society, in the market, on the shelf. So this is the roles of the CE. The next one is the snapshots, how individual, I would say, efforts. This is social media, how they get the engagement with the society. The first one is actually Honey Go Lab. It's actually Dr. Zulkifli Kalulut. We call it Dr. Zulkifli Kalulut. So this is his project, and people like sharing the information, and learn a lot from this Facebook page. The second one is Compost to Kalulut. This is from technology industry. It started from Prof. Hakimi, now continued by Dr. Anwar Kamaruddin. And the knowledge they share on the web page is tremendous, and people around the world like gaining, benefits from the sharing, and they also shares, their experience through this social media. The next one is also another social media engagement. This is more like, people like around the world sharing on Azola Productions. People just post about hashtag Azola, and you can see a lot of things about how do they, grow Azola. Azola is actually aquatic fern and has high value for poultry and ruminant feed and even fish feed. And people around the world start to look into the potential of it, and they just put hashtag Azola and post the picture how they harvest it, what's the problem with it, and people start to get information from it. And the other one is again Mustafa Hive, is Dr. Zul Mustafa. It's about his project, and then people reach out to him via social media, and this is his personal effort on making or improving the status of honey among the society. So the next one is actually the snapshots of previous CE's activities conducted. together with University of Science Malaysia. The first picture is Encik Rahmat. He was actually working with community Orang Asal, and he's been doing a lot of work with community Orang Asal, improving their well-being, their economic status, and so on and so forth. The second one is, of course, Dr. Zul Mustafa, explaining to the community about the Kelulut culture, and then work he has been done with the community. The bottom one, that's actually from technology industry on how they set it up, Azola, set up for the people to culture Azola. And the bottom part, the last one, is me sharing with the people on how to induce breeding for African catfish. For your information, the people that actually, the sharing costs that I did previously, they're not newbies, they're not beginners. I would say like some of them has like around, 20 years of culturing the fish. Some of them, yes, newbies, is various background. But what I'm telling you is people that come to learn new technique doesn't mean they know nothing. I would say that they have more experience than I am, and I've been learning a lot from them. Until today, I still, in contact with them in order to to get 1 or 2 tips from the farmers with real experience, because it's totally different experience working with the community and in academia. So these are the things, working with community, it always link us to the ground to know what's going on in reality. So that's one of the way to work with the community. All right, before I go any further, is there any questions? Because this part is going to get very technical, and it will probably require more, concentration and, understanding a little bit. So perhaps I'll, if you are good, just give thumbs up so that I can see if everyone's okay. Let me know if okay. All right, so cool, fantastic. So is it all right for me to continue? Because I don't want to pause too long. Otherwise, we may not be able to finish on time. Is that okay if we continue? Okay, good, fantastic. All right, now let's go into the next part. Yeah. All right. Participant. Do we have this interference? All right. Now, so earlier during my sharing session, I keep saying what value that we can offer for the community, and in the same time, I said that there's condition where the community come to us with certain situation. Right now, with the latter situation where the community come to us, saying that, okay, we have this situation that we need, sort of like some intervention, for instance, we need some help, we need some, probably you can say consultancy, but more or less they need something to be done to solve their problem, meaning that it's demand. The community has demand that need to be solved. So if that's the situation, we call that community engagement is demand driven. Anything that we work with the community where the problem comes from society or community, we call demand, meaning that there's demand from the society. Same goes if there's government agency approach the university, says like, okay, we need to help this community of the farmers. There are like hundreds of them and they have an issue. So meaning that at the institutional level, we have demand from the government agency to help the community. So that's how the engagement started, or the flow of the engagement. So we will start to work from the community, and then we get involved with the government agencies or whatever it is, and we get involved with the community to produce impactful project. All right. So for instance, here there are 2 situations, like the demand comes from the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur actually producing coconut jelly named Dilakir, and the owner has issue on marketing the product, not because it's not tasty, it is tasty, but what he needs more is actually how to expand the shelf life, because coconut jelly that he produced has very short shelf life, and it's actually restrict him from making more profit or sending further from the radius that he's working from his factory or workshop. So he approached University of Science Malaysia on how to make the product stays longer in the market and to increase his productions. So during this project, the government agency get involved is farmer. Farmer get involved on marketing and also to help the entrepreneur. And the community is the entrepreneur themselves. So what happened is the institution has, as I said, also, although you see just USM there, but there are so many people working with the project, people from the food production, the food technologies to make the coconut jelly last longer. And also there are people in marketing as well as in the art to make the product presentable. At the end of the day, yes, the project has been very impactful and successful. The second one is, as I said before, it's about the catfish farming. It's actually proposed or requested by the NCIA, approach to USM about it, and the community involved is actually Perkhidmatan Pusat Khidmat Adun Pedu, and the program they're working at is catfish value added product, and at the end of the day, again, it has impactful projects. So if you can relate to the previous image, the diagram that I shared with you when the community engagement platform, that within the institution itself, although you can see just USM there, but there are many people working in that project in order to make the project successful. So whatever that comes from community or the government agency, the needs that originated from the community or government agency, we call demand driven. All right. Value driven is the second drivers for community engagement, where the institution has certain value and we approach the community to improve their condition, provided they agree to do that. But we have the value. So in this case, Mustafa Hive and Hilda Machines, innovation from the Zul Mustafa. So he has developed these two innovations, and the institution initiate the project to one of the community in Kubu Gajah to improve the economic status of the people over there. And the project also been supported by government agency like NCIA, Traju, and Felda for the marketing. And at the end of the day, at the end of the project, this project has been successful, and until today, the farmers, the community, the Kalulut community over there still producing and still gaining profit from the project. So this is one typical example. This situation can also interchangeable. It all depends on the needs, the origin, the where I would say like where the origins of the needs is, whether it's from the community or government agency, or it's something the institution, the one that offer it. There are also conditions. The third drivers is, we call it like the value demand driven, where the national, the government agency and the institutions work together to solve the community issue. Okay, so we look into the work, the government agency and the institution work together and identify certain, industry or community. Industry here is an industry operated by the community, is a small industry. So one of the situation is the Roselle production. NCIA and university identify that there's one of the Roselle farmers that they can help to improve the economy, the entrepreneur economic status. So by working together with another government agency, this is Jabatan Pertanian, And they work with the community in Ibung Tebal, who's actually planting roselle to produce value-added product. It's just not jam or cordial, things like that. It's another product, something that different in the market. And during the project, the packaging, the marketing strategy also get involved. And again, the product is now in the market and then also being produced even until today. So there are three types of drivers that actually, what we call drives the community engagement. It's either demand, which is from community or government agency. It also can be value driven, which is from the institutions. And the other one is actually value demand driven. All right, so this is the snapshots of engagement process. So you already see the institution, government agencies, and community program project. So this component is very important to actually dictate what we call effective governance, and also to know whether the project is viable or not. And one key component that making one BGIM CE successful is in most of the project, they have project managers. These project managers, the one that manage the whole project. The researchers just come into the project to do what they need to do. However, this situation can be exceptional if the project is small project. If it's just like, small project, like the researcher can be the project managers, but most of the time, big program or project that involve multidisciplinary approach, they will have one project managers that will actually manage and organize a lot of activities in order to reduce the burden for from the researchers, for the works, and also for whoever's that involved in the project. Doesn't matter who they are, but as long as they get involved with the project managers will do that to ease the process and to make sure that the whole process effective. So these are the components in the community engagement. We emphasize on the effective governance, and we look into the selection of viable project. Viable project come into many categories, many criteria. So we have to look into a lot of things, including the capacity of the society or the community, whether they are, willing to take part or be part of the program. It comes into the budget, it comes to the researcher or the people who will get involved, it comes to the stakeholders. So it's not just like looking into what's the ideal project, but we look into what we call viable project. So this is one of the snapshot of previous project. This is now ongoing project. So often this, what we call visual thinking kind of things, is really helpful for those who are going to work on the community engagement. So I always emphasize that we need to have these three components first in order to see where we can actually tap into the community engagement. First, we need to know the problem statement and linking it to the innovation. Then we look into the stakeholders. For the problem statements, the key is when we look at problem one, and for the innovation, we need to come with the solution. So problem one, what's the innovation for it? Problem two, what's the innovation for it? So we look as, every problem we need to tally with the solution. The solution, again, does not necessarily to be high-end or high-tech. As long as it can solve the problem. Anything practical, viable, that meet the requirement of the community. We can suggest high-end, high-tech, sophisticated technology, but it may not be viable for the community, or it may not be practical for the community. If that's the case, no point of suggesting that innovation. So it's very important to identify the problem and make sure that innovation is actually practical to the problem. So once we can see that, and then we need to see who's actually be able to help us with. It can be in monetary, it can be in kind, it can be in form of labor, so on, so forth. It does not necessarily have to come in sense of money or dollar sign, but it has to be all together, because working together can make sure that the project successful and run in a way that we would like to have impact to the society. Now, when we do community engagement, this is the table that we actually use as a guide to actually establish. This table actually can help us to write proposal, to be honest, because every component of this is very useful in sense of writing a proposal, but also it is very important in running community engagement. So this table is this table will be our first contextual activity. Now, if you can take time, if I can just take, because we have, I'm probably going to give an hour and a half or so for us to do the work, but I need to go through this table a little bit before we go with our contextual activity, because this is our activity. Now, if you look at the table, the column, we have 4 columns. We have community program or project. The second column is we have community. All right. Yes. And then the third column, government, agency, and industry. All right. And the fourth column is institution. So that's the column that we need to fill in. And at the row, you will see the word levels, activities, opportunity, whether it's demand-driven or value-driven, and what's the prime mover and the resource. So if you look at the column and the row, each of this column must has its, how to say, the content of it. For example, that community. So it has to be what resource, for example, that the community can, contribute. But to fill in the table, there's no priority, no flow, but it has to come to what actually drives the community engagement. For instance, if the community, the one that initiate that, meaning is demand driven. So we have to go to demand driven column under community. All right. So the community probably will tell us what do they want. So they start to tell us. So once they tell us, so we go to the project, we know that what we need to do for the community. All right. And then the rest of the things will start to fill in. Same goes with the rest of the column. If the institutions, the one that actually proposed the idea, so it's value driven under the institution. Okay, so we initiate the sharing and transfer the knowledge. All right, so well, the demand for the institution, of course, to improve. But if you look at the column and the row, it started with what actually initiate the demand, initiate the engagement, whether it's demand or it is value or it's demand, value demand driven. So I would suggest that look into where the drivers come from, originated from. Is it community or is institution or institution with the agency or community and the government agency? So with that, then only you can work with the rest. Okay, for example, the activity. The activities here is what activity of each of the stakeholder will do during the engagement, during the program. So you will list down whatever activity that the community will be doing and what the government agency's activity. It can be anything. It can be consultancy, services, technical support, and so on. And also activities by the institution. All right. And when look at the opportunity, how the stakeholder gain from the project. So the project, what opportunity that the project will gain. So they will gain opportunity based on the demand and the value, whatever it is. For the community, what type of opportunity that they will gain from the project? One of it is very typical, the exchange of knowledge, so on and so forth. And for government agency who work within the project, what type of opportunity that they will get from the project? And same goes to the institution. All right. And then I moved out to the prime mover. And when we talk about the prime mover, who's actually will work for the program or the project? And within the community, who's actually will be a significant role or relevant role among the community? Same with the government agency, which government agency that actually participating in that program, and the institution, what type of institution that going to work. Institution can be many. It's not necessarily one university. It can be many universities, doesn't matter. All right, or even it's one university, it can be whoever that within that university that going to work on the project. Okay, resource of each of the stakeholder. Resource, as I said, can be monetary, can be in kind, okay, and it can be kind of services as well. So if you be able to understand this table, the rest of the process can be very easy. And I think that's it. And before I end my session, perhaps I will take one or two questions, perhaps. Is there any questions from the
Baiklah, terima kasih banyak Dr. Khalida. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekiranya ada satu atau dua soalan, silakan bertanya terus kepada Dr. Khalida.
So does everyone okay with the sharing session? Is it clear or it start to get complicated? No question at all? All right, okay, cool, fantastic. So Puan Azrina give thumbs up. So how about the rest? I hope that everyone's okay with that. Okay. Now, so oh, thank you. So what we're going to do after this is we're going to get into our group. Okay. So in the sharing session, okay, just to remind you, there are three major components. So do not waste time on the very first component because the first component is very tiny bit. You have the third component can be a bit more intense and require a bit more focus. So yeah, I would really encourage every team member to work together and then contribute, you know, idea sharing and things like that. Get involved actively because without getting involved actively, the rest of the activity can be dragged a very long time and we not be able to finish at 4:30. I'm pretty sure all of you want to finish it on time, correct? So yeah, participate actively, and if you have any question, there's facilitators, your mentors will be in the group and they are very helpful. You'll be in good hand to understand the first contextual activity. With that, thank you very much. Looking forward to hear your comments and your feedbacks about this session and from the contextual activity one as well. Thank you.
Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan ucapan terima kasih kepada yang berusaha Dr. Nur Khalida di atas perkongsian modul pertama sebentar tadi. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, urus setia akan memindahkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kepada kumpulan masing-masing. Jika tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dimasukkan ke kumpulan yang berlainan daripada yang kita maklumkan awal sebelum ni, mohon terus keluar dan maklumkan kepada pihak urus setia untuk kita masukkan ke kumpulan asal tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Baiklah, mohon bantuan pihak urus setia untuk memindahkan semua peserta ke kumpulan masing-masing. Terima kasih. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, untuk yang masih ada di layar utama Webex ini, mohon tekan join untuk masuk ke kumpulan yang telah kita assist untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Assalamualaikum. Untuk yang menggunakan nama Universiti Putra Malaysia, boleh saya dapatkan siapa yang menggunakan nama ini untuk kita masukkan ke dalam kumpulan tuan-puan. Mohon beri maklum balas. Assalamualaikum, mohon izin tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang masih lagi ada di ruangan utama ini untuk menekan join ke kumpulan masing-masing. Tuan-tuan, untuk makluman, facilitator sedang menunggu tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ya. So mohon kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk tekan klik join group yang telah kita bagi notification kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Encik Adib UPM, Encik Muhammad Zaiham Izwan, Farudin Hanif, Muhammad Sofian, Muhammad Syafiq Fakri, Rudiansa dan juga Universiti Putra Malaysia ni. Saya masih belum kenal pasti siapa ya. Yusuriani pun mohon izin masuk ke kumpulan masing-masing ya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Mohon bantuan Puan Sofia juga untuk masuk ke kumpulan 3 ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum Encik Muhammad Sofian, sila masuk ke kumpulan 4 ya. Kita dah assist tuan. Mohon tekan join untuk masuk ke kumpulan tuan. Terima kasih. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang lain juga mohon bantuan untuk masuk ke kumpulan. Hanya tekan join saja dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan terus masuk ke dalam kumpulan masing-masing.
Moratorium yang 3 bulan tu.
Okey, baik Encik Rudiansyah, saya ambil maklum. Nanti selesai saja kita akan masukkan terus pergi grup masing-masing. Terima kasih.
Jadi
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekali lagi saya ingatkan, mohon kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tekan klik OK dekat layar tuan-tuan dan puan-puan supaya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan terus masuk dalam kumpulan yang kita telah berikan ya kepada tuan-tuan. Sekali lagi saya mohon kerjasama Encik Adib UPM, Encik Muhammad Zaiham, Encik Farudin dan juga Encik Muhammad Sofian. Mohon izin dan kerjasama masuk ke dalam kumpulan ya. Encik Yusuriani. Mohon izin juga, mohon bantuan masuk ke dalam kumpulan. Hanya tekan klik OK saja di layar tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dan terus kita masukkan dalam kumpulan masing-masing. Terima kasih. Yang menggunakan nama Universiti Putra Malaysia, boleh saya tahu siapa yang ada di Webex tersebut?
Untuk kemas ke habis tengah malam.